that microphone is on. Welcome everyone, and glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And happy November the 7th of 2023. Welcome to all of you. I see a bunch of people in there that already said welcome and stuff. Thanks, Mars and Hermione and Fluffy. And Hermione, no package yet. I didn't see one. I did leave a note on the door just in case. I didn't see any other notes or anything. So all good. We'll await patiently. Thanks, Henry. And hi, One Fish. And hi, Doc. I hear you. Awesome. Thanks, Sue. And W Doc. Thanks, going south. And Grandma B, welcome as well. And let's see, who else? I think I got Hermione says tomorrow, Dr. Fox. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Not worried there, Hermione. I'm sure they'll get it here. Anyway, let's say hi to our wonderful moderators. First off, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue Hayes, of course, who's in the chat. C&D Boy is also around somewhere. Yvonne Kunkel is also one of our wonderful moderators. And then there's Siggy Ragnar. And then, of course, we've got Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. And thanks, moderators, for being here. There's a bunch of other moderators as well. They pop in from time to time. So if you see strange people, don't be afraid. They are usually long time mods. And like Sanja, you guys have never seen Sanja, but she is a mod. She's been a mod for 5 years already with me. So it's that kind of thing, you know. I didn't see any packages for Dr. Fox at Amazon last night. No, darn it, they're Mars 2028. I actually, to be quite honest, I don't use Amazon. I am not a proponent of supporting that particular organization. So I know that's where there's a lot of stuff, but I've tried it 3 times, and all 3 times it failed. So 3 strikes and they're out of here. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and we'll start saying hi to all the good people. And let's start with One Fish 26 and Mars 2028 and Sarah Miles and Grandma B. And let's see, Juliet, who got the cookies. And let's see who else we got here. We got Grandma B. Oh, there's Hermione and Fluffy and Henry Nelson and Brian Perfectability 999. Connie Tyree also here. Going south on board. Henry Nelson, did I get you? I think I did. Let's see, who else we got? Scrolling up, Linda Schoof is here. Welcome, Linda, and glad to have you back. And let's see who else we got in here. Going scrolling upward, looking for names. And boy, sometimes that can be hard. There's a lot of chatting going on. Juliet, we got, yes. One Fish, we got. All right. BK is here. Welcome. One Fish 26, we got you already. And most of cell phones are not submersible. Oz is in the house. Welcome, Oz. Glad to have you here. Annie Lane is also back. Welcome. And I'm still scrolling upward, trying to spot others like Don Arnold is here. Welcome. And who else we got? Juliet, we got One Fish was buffering. I don't know. He must be underwater again. Bad reception. Lift your fin up the other way. It'll work. Rayola Reisner's here, and Enjoy the Show is apparently also here. And Kevin Williams, welcome back. And who else we got? Still scrolling upward and looking, and I don't see anyone else. I'm all the way to the top. All right, going all the way back down to the bottom, and I hope I've got everyone. If I didn't say your name, I do apologize. I try to say hi to everyone. I know there's a few people in the lurkers lounge peeking in, so I can't help that. But I don't know. I gave the parcel to the post office. I don't know who they work with. I don't know who people work with either. That's all cool. Anyway, let's get at what we're seeing here on the screen, and of course, I'm thoroughly disappointed. I was hoping there'd be an eruption right about now. It would be awesome if we could have the eruption right now. Anyway, what we're seeing on here, of course, top left screen is one of the live from Iceland cameras looking at the Blue Lagoon area, and you've got the airport way back in the background and stuff like that, and of course what is back there, Keflavik and Reykjanesbær and stuff like that. Anyway, in the foreground you see the Blue Lagoon and the power plant on the right hand side, and of course the right screen is the Blue Lagoon by itself there in the foreground, and that stream is from Visar, and we like that shot because it shows just the Blue Lagoon area in case the magic pop happens there. We can always observe it. Bottom left camera, of course, is looking at Schwarzengi power plant there, and that area, and the bottom right is way down by the lighthouse, and of course we can see the two radio towers and the lights of Grindavik off on the right hand side, and we can see the new magic tower that somebody put up there, glowing like it's some kind of an alien structure. So, on the right hand side, Alex France, maybe he can tell us what they set up there. Over on the bottom right screen on the right hand side, that tower, what the heck is that? Some kind of drill rig or something? I'm just curious. I hope they don't start drilling now, because I'm sure they'll hit magma in our sill chamber, and that is what they're referring to it as. The magma intrusion has spread out into a flat area, and this is commonly called a sill, and that is what we're waiting for, to get enough pressure so it'll pop up. Now the problem with the sill, of course, is a larger area, and sometimes it takes a little extra time for that pressure to build up from wherever that inflow is coming from. And we do know that, well, yesterday it was mentioned 7 cubic meters per second inflow of material. Ruve apparently has a camera on Svartsengi. Okay, well, I did try going over to Ruve and seeing it, and do they have it on YouTube now, Sue? That's the question, because I was trying to find it on their site yesterday, and I couldn't. Last night, it didn't work for me for some reason. Okay, cool, thanks. Debbie Brady also on board. Linda Schoof, yeah, we got you earlier. Alex France, welcome to you. What? Not a dang clue, sorry. Okay, no worries. That's your mission tomorrow, Alex, is to go down there and by the lighthouse and that steam vent and say, hey, where's that tower that they were talking about? And what is it? And we'll see if you can find anything. That's only if you got time. No big deal if you don't. Anyway, yeah, so we're a little bit disappointed in the fact that we haven't seen any magma popping up or lava popping up. Magma turning into lava. And yeah, and to me it's a little bit of hurry up and wait game. I did kind of had a peek at the other things like harmonic tremor charts and so on. Let's have a quick look at some of those real fast. Here's the ODF one. I'm going to refresh these though. Make sure I've got them up to date, and there we go. So ODF, and we did see a fair rise in activity here as far as our tectonic movement, and a bunch of spikes in the area. We'll see what those are doing. The purple line, magmatic, it did rise and then it dropped way down, and it rebounded to almost, I'd say, about where it started in the day. So it is still hanging in there. Seismicity, we did see popped up during the wee hours and dropped and kind of almost lagging, or sorry, preceding the magmatic, not lagging. So it was first, and then tried to regain a bit, and it dropped off some more there. But as far as this tectonic movement, we did see that increase, but I'm not so happy about seeing that drop back down here. Now, this ODF, of course, is on the northern end of Eruption, which is our next system over, rather than the system over by Thorbjorn. And this, of course, is where we would really like to see the eruption, is over in Eruption. Let's take a look at a couple of the other charts real quick. Which one was it? RAN, I think it was, that I wanted to look at. Where is it? Maybe I'm missing it. Is it REN? No, RAH. No? Yeah, it could be one of these here. I did write it down somewhere. Darn it. Where did I write it? Yeah, RAH and LFE is the other one. So looking at what we see, this is out in the field area, out in the open, where we were supposed to be seeing something happen at Eldvorp. Boy, I got trouble saying that one. Huh. Anyway, we can see what was going on there. Magmatic stayed, well, I had a little bit of a spike, and then it dropped down, and then it came back up. So about the same level as where it was when it started the day. And looking at the seismicity, slight increase, slight decrease, and up and down like a yo-yo. There's my two waves, by the way. And there we see it, almost the same level as where it started from, maybe just a tad bit higher. Now, the interesting thing here with the tectonic movement, it too dropped off at the end here, but it was quite busy, when we see it that thick of a line. But still, I'd like to see more of something happening there, because right now this thing is really only teasing us. Let's take a look at the LEF chart, or is it LFE? We'll figure it out. LFE, and there it is. And that is a little bit further north, but still west of Thorbjorn. And of course, or slightly southwest, I guess. Looking at what we've got going on there, it did increase in magmatic and dropped as well, and then rebounded to a slightly higher than where it started. Very, very hard to see where our seismicity is at underneath all that. And of course, tectonic movement indicating that there's likely, magma intruding and things like this. We're seeing that was a lot thicker there, but again, we see a drop off at just, the last couple of hours here. So not encouraging, okay? I'm not trying to be a bad guy when I say this, but we may not have an eruption. That is still in the cards. So, even though we think we're 95% sure that we'll have one, but you never know. Anyway, Krusevik, a little further to the east and south of our wonderful ODF chart, or ODF sensor, I should say, is doing its thing. So a little bit of an increase there in magmatic and drop back down, and again rebounded, so kind of the same thing, pretty much as the ODF, and kind of the same up and down as what we see here in the seismicity as well, and not quite as heavy of action there as what we've seen at the ODF one. And of course this, again, here's my two waves. I know, I'm a dream, and I keep telling people that things come in waves, and that's kind of the way it is. Anyway, HRV is the other one. That is, of course, on the eastern side of Fagradalfjall, right between the Krusevik system and the Fagradalfjall system. And there's what we've seen, just about the same as the ODF. Not sure about the seismicity because it's too covered up, and of course I've seen the tectonic there. It got busier near the end of the day here, so I wonder what the heck is going on. And let's keep going. We're going to take a look at a couple of the other ones here as well. Grindavik, of course, is one that is very much so needing to be looked at. Again, there, slight increase in magmatic in the wee hours, and it dropped, and then rebounded, and looks like it almost dropped off again at the end of the day. So very interesting. Dr. Fox, the wave in purple fits exactly with the weather, so may well be wind rattling the sensor. You know what? That is another possibility, Alex. That is a possibility. These sensors are subject to weather, and you know, things like rain and snow also affect them quite a bit. So that is some good point, actually, there. But again, it depends on where it's situated. You know, there's so many variables. Yeah. Anyway, looking at what we see here at Grindavik, we do see a little bit more action there, but I don't know if we're going to see anything wild going on, but we'll keep our eyes open. And here, this one is, again, a drop and a rise and a fairly steady drop. This is Grimsey, our northernmost point there in Iceland, Grimsey Island by itself. And looking at the seismicity here, a slight increase in the wee hours, and again quite a drop off. And as far as tectonic action, heading way down, and that is kind of makes you go, what's going on up there? Not much really. And let's take a look at the next one here, and that will be Auslandsmunga. Whoop, I went too far. And this is over at the northern edge of the Katla caldera, or Katla crater rim, if you wish. And we see our magmatic kind of doing a slow dip here, and increased a bit near the end of the day. So a latter part of the day was definitely on the upswing. Seismicity looks like it was pretty much straight across for half the day, and then again the second half of the day it did increase. Looking at our tectonic movement though, very little, as in going up or down, but we do see some small spikes in there, obviously a few little quakes. And the last one we want to look at is Askja, which is still broken. And Alex, you need to get out there to Askja. It's not that far. You can drive out there and go kick that sensor and fix it. It's been off for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days now. It's a long time. We need something. I know. Everybody says, never mind, ask ya. It always plays that game. So, and welcome to Going South. Thinking the sensor is a porpoise. No, what is that? Is a seal? Or a walrus? I can't tell from this shot here. Anyway, Peter Greenlee's also popped in. I'll open a GoFundMe for petrol dollars. Petrol, yeah. I know that'll have to happen. Wow, that's a long drive out there, and you need to also add some snacks and stuff there, Alex. It's a long drive. Okay. It is time for, Linda says, Pepsi, it's time for me to go take a break. Hey, Kimmy Lambert is also here. Welcome, and good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. All right, I'm going to put you back over on the wonderful shots here. That is our wonderful, what is it? The Blue Lagoon. I've seen that before somewhere. Where did I see that? Oh, too much fun here. I'm trying to do something here. Well, and line things up a little better. There we go. I think I got that accomplished. Anyway, that is our Blue Lagoon, but let's put it on the multi-shot so you can see the other areas as well. And hopefully we will see something pop while we're watching it. I really like that. Anyway, Toe Bradley also here. Welcome, and good to see you. All right, I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, if you are enjoying the show. And of course, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, peeking on in. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and we'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX on live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Henry Nelson and Canada's country and Sue and Mars 2028. Appreciate that. And OneFish26 as well. Thank you. And hey, let's keep right on going with what we were doing. So we had a look at the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland. Let's go pop over and see what we got shaken as far as earthquakes are concerned. And give me a second here to get it on the right screen and get myself to the right screen. And thank you, Connie and Kimmy Lambert. Welcome and thank you. And that's awesome. All right, so looking quickly at Iceland as a whole, it says 320 quakes in the last 24 hours, and a majority of those are still situated there on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and of course right where we suspect them to be. Now, it's kind of really odd to see this much of a separation in here. You know, you'd think if this is the area that's uplifting, why are there no quakes in here? It's like everything is over here and everything is over here. Most of it is actually right here. And this is what we are thinking is, you know, we're going to get the eruption somewhere here. Again, we're not going to go through all of these quakes, but we are certainly going to look at a few of them. I want to see what kind of depth is going on. Dang, that's a lot of quakes. My friend Emma lives in Iceland. As she says, the house has been shaking. Which part of Iceland does Emma live in? I'm curious. Unlurking myself. Ah, okay, Alex. Good for the unlurking. The 2.6 here at the southern end of Thorbjorn is 4.8 kilometers down, 31 minutes after midnight. I just want to get a few of these other ones. This is actually quite interesting. A majority of the quakes are right in here. So the northern end of Thorbjorn, and there's of course the power plant and the Blue Lagoon, and these are happening underneath the Blue Lagoon as well. The hotel seems to be spared for now, but hey, I heard the rooms are really cheap right now. I'm kidding, I have no idea what they're charging. 2.87 for in magnitude, and 3.8 kilometers down for that one. So still a long ways down. 7:14 was the time on it. Let's grab this 2.22 here, 4 kilometers down at 10:11 a.m. The 0.24 that keeps on wanting to pop up there, 2.2 clicks down at 10:08 this morning. This 1.1 here, 3.4 kilometers down from 21:02. So gives you a few ideas of what's going on there. This is a 1.3 from 4.1 clicks down. 6:57. Now we don't see any really new ones in there. This is the newest one that happened at 21:02, of course. So things likely have subsided just a tad, but we'll see what else is going on. This one is a magnitude 1 at 3.8 clicks down, 9:32 this morning. These ones right underneath the lava, underneath the Blue Lagoon. 0.66, 1.8 kilometers down, 9:50 this morning. That one is a 0.61, 4.7 kilometers down, and that's 14:28 for the time. This is 7:19, a 0.75, 135 meters down. Okay, you know, to me that's a little more scary. This one, 0.18, very small, 4 clicks down for that one from 8:16. This is at 10:01, a 0.75, 2.8 kilometers down. So right around the Blue Lagoon, the only one that really gets me is this 0.75, which is 135 meters down. That's incredible. Hopefully it's not going to be doing too much. Now, oh, and there's a brand new 3.37. Oop, and that's the wrong quake. There we go. 5.1 kilometers down, and 31 minutes after midnight. So, and that is interesting there, and that is just north of the radio towers, very close to Grindavik. And I don't know what to think about that. Let's look at some on the eastern side of the highway here. 2.3 magnitude, and what? 13 meters down. Wow. Okay, 13 meters down. That is about 50 feet down. If there is magma under there, yikes. 1355 was the time on that. Let's take a look at a couple of the other ones in this area. That is a little on the scary side. 0.9, 4.2 kilometers down from 1053. This one is 0.1, 5.3 kilometers down, 748. This one is 0.2, 5.4 clicks down. This is 1.07, 3.3 clicks down from 839. Looking at the ones right along the highway here, 1.81, 4.7 kilometers down. I think we might have got this 2.24 on the western side here, 4.7 kilometers down from 1029. This 0.34, 1.6 kilometers down, 814 is the time on it. 0.46, 1.4 kilometers down, 813. 1518, 0.29, 1.1 kilometers down. This is a fresher one here, 1.1, 5.7 clicks down from 2004. And his buddies line up as a 1.4 or 0.14, 2.3 clicks down, 956. From 1521, 0.26, 140 meters down. This one here is a 1.4, 3.6 clicks down, 7:09 a.m. And it keeps going with these quakes here. I'm just looking at what the depths really are, and that's kind of what I'm interested in right now, to see that. And it looks like these are, well, this is another shallow one. It seems that we've got the occasional shallow quake in there. At this point, 49, 135 meters down, and that is from 1508. Anyway, it looks interesting. This one is a 0.68 and 2.2 clicks down from 840 this morning. What about the fresher ones here? 3.2 clicks down for a 1.4, 1738. And then we've got this one here, 1736, a 0.3, 4.7 kilometers down. A 1.7 over here, 5.2 clicks down, and, 5.1 kilometers down, roughly. Anyway, 1425 is the time on that one. What about this? A 1.04, 5.7 clicks down. I'm not going to worry about times. Magnitude 1, 6.6 clicks down. The 1.12, 4.7 clicks down. The bigger one, 2.4, 6.6 clicks down from 2013. This 0.2 over here, 5.2 clicks down from 1834. And this one is a 0.82, 5.1 clicks down. So those look like they're over 5 kilometers down. Very interesting to see, you know, like this, and that to me is a 2.3. Now, with a typical earthquake, something obviously had to push it or prod it to make the rumble, and something had to move. Would use that as an what evidence to shut low? No, right now I don't think the Blue Lagoon is. I think they're waiting for it to kind of simmer down, but they are ready to shut down if they have to, from what I understood. Anyway, this one 13 meters down. What about these other ones here? 3.7 clicks down for that 1.3. This other one beside it, 0.43, 1.1 kilometers down. So Kind of gives you a pretty good idea of what we got in this area. There's some shallower ones, but there's 135 meters for that. Right on Thorbjorn here, this 1.2, 5.5 clicks down for that. 0.52, 2.4 clicks down. 0.47, 1.2 clicks down. So if we do have a magma working its way up, it certainly hasn't showed itself yet, and I'm hoping that we're going to see something in the very, very near future. And it really kind of gets me, though, is that we've got this huge open space in between here where there's absolutely no quakes. It is baffling. And is that a hardened surface, or is that in fact the raised area? Well, actually it is the raised area. We know that sill intrusion is quite large. So again, we don't know exactly where it is underneath here, but it definitely would be under there somewhere. And you know, when they talk about where it's coming up and what it might be, again, they're still thinking that it's going to be the Blue Lagoon region, but to me it looks more like the power plant is where the quakes are, and over here on the eastern side of Thorbjorn, even though the intrusion and the uplift is mostly showing over here. Kind of freaky. Aloha, Kathy, and good to see you. An anomaly, perhaps BK? It could be. Could be. Unfortunately, the wind in Grindvik is too high for just Icelandic to fly a thermal drone around Grindvik today. Yeah, I'm sure that the winds there are not very friendly right now, and we can check that weather just like that. Wonky donkey, hi to you. 21 mile per hour winds or 34 kilometers. And yeah, that's not good for trying to fly a drone. It's one of the things about Iceland. It is a windy place, so we do have to keep that in mind. Gas and magma acting like a shock absorber. Well, one of the things that I kind of read through in one of the reports was that because it is a sill, okay, the sill is allowing the gases. There's not as much gas in the magma, and if that is the case, you know, we're waiting for pressure to build. We're waiting for pressure from a volume rather than gas expansion. And like with some of the driving forces, we know that the major driving force to a magma intrusion and to a volcanic eruption is the gas content. And if right now what's going on is, if it is a larger area and it's spreading out, as they said, it's kind of a level plain or sill area, the gases aren't being as effective, so we're waiting for more magma to get into that chamber and increase that pressure to make it go. Juliet says, I'm so tired of going to the lurkers for a bit. Bye. Good night, Juliet. You stay safe and all cool. And send in more beans. Yeah. We need that extra gas there, Linda Schoof, and that is indeed what we need if we want to see this erupt. By the way, if you're looking over here while we're looking at this earthquake map, there are no quakes in the Frankenfjord at all. Okay, and that is amazing, and obviously that sill has got to be underneath here in this area, and that intrusion. So very, very unique. Anyway, looking at what else we've got out here in the water, we've got a few 2.3, 4.4 clicks down from 1919, and 2.6 at 1.2 kilometers down, 6:08 this morning, or 6:02 I mean. This one is from 1749 at 2 in magnitude, 5.8 kilometers down, 2.4, 5.4 clicks down from 1315, and this is 1.6, 5 kilometers down from 736 this morning. Next one is 0.7, and I missed the depth, and that is 1.1 kilometers down. 22 at 29 for him. An older one from 7:10 a.m. a 1.9, 4.7 clicks down. Gives you a little bit of an idea what's going on there. Anyway, did we get that 2.9 out there? That's a little deeper. 11.9 kilometers down from a 1:26 a.m. And let's again, no quakes. A very large area with absolutely no quakes, and very little down here at Katla. Nothing at Hekla, nothing at Eyjafjallajökull. Katla did have a 1.1, that's 1.1 kilometers down, 3:37 was the time on that one in the morning. And at 1921 we had a 0.6, 1.9 kilometers down. Wonky Donkey says, Dr. Fox, would Brussels sprouts and a cabbage help the lava? Well, if you were able to enjoy that, what it is, it's got to be, and it is Grimsvatn, 1.242, 2.1 clicks down, and that's from 123, and the other one is a 1.2 in magnitude, 6.8 clicks down from 356. Here's a Barnabunga, and we see a very small 0.5 there, 4.4 kilometers down, 9:33 a.m. And then we see this one here, it's Askja, it's right there, and nothing really major there. 0.4, 5.4 kilometers down, 21:29, a 0.8 in magnitude, 7.1 kilometers down, 23:07, and a 1.1 from a 23:10 at 6.1 kilometers down. So really not screaming, hey, I'm gonna erupt. And then we've got this one from 921, 0, and it's 1.1 clicks down, and a 0.5, and that's 4.5 kilometers down from a 1044. And the only one up on the northern end in the water, a 0.8, 9.2 clicks down from a 1442. So that is kind of it for our earthquakes. And it's really, really interesting, you know, that we are not seeing any quakes in large amounts up here. So whatever the action is, it is definitely localized to the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, looking at that swarm being right in here, you know, if there is in fact going to be an eruption, I don't know if this is we're seeing swarming here because this area is uplifted and this is on the edge of it, and it's breaking a lot of the rock there, or same with this side, and that's why we're not seeing any in here. But you'd think there'd be at least 1 or 2 or 3. Thanks, Henry. I seen that, and I can hear my voice also. So doing it. Yep, I'm going to need a break. Anyway, lots of quakes, but still nothing really, really cool. Just want to go cut that down to 12 hours. So yeah, that cuts it roughly in half. And these are the quakes from the last 12 hours. And you can see a lot of them are here in this area, but we are still seeing very, very heavy saturations in this area with swarms. So that stuff from 6.6 kilometers down, that's quite a depth compared to some of these. I'm surprised we haven't seen an eruption yet. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. We'll leave that on there. I am going to go take my break early. I have to. My throat is actually doing me in. And of course, you guys know we've had A lot of SO2 in the area here in the last couple of days, and most of that has moved now, but it really does you in as far as a throat and so on. So I should be wearing a mask or something when I'm out there. Are they evacuating the city? No, they wouldn't. They're not evacuating Reykjavik. I don't know if they're talking about evacuating Grindavik, but we'll never know until it happens. Anyway, let's put you back on the multi-screen, and we'll get that one lined up so it is all working, and that should be right about there. I think every one of them is moving a little bit. They are indeed. All right. I'm going to go take that break, so stick around, you guys. After the break, we will have bacon seeds. Yay! And then we'll go around the world real quick and take a look at some other quakes elsewhere. And we're going to, of course, keep an eye on Iceland in the meantime. And Reykjavik is safe. They are planning plans in place to evacuate Grindavik if needed, but nothing action at all yet. And it could be late. Kat Davis, welcome. Quake moving east. Keep going. Yeah. Sue, I'd really like to see them moving a little further east, but I don't know. It seems like somebody's put up a magic wall there or something. Maybe the lava workers are paying us back and said, hey, you had 3 eruptions already. You don't get any more for a while. Who knows? Anyway, for those good people here, if you haven't yet bought that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel and you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, consider subscribing and help us grow our channel. On that friendly note, I am your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And here's some music. I'll be back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Peter Greenleys and Mars 2028. And Oh Mommy of Hamsters says, welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thank you, Susie, for the welcome back. And hi to you. And hey, Billy Bob Joe also here. And welcome. Good to see you. Going south, thank you. Sue Hayes, thank you. And Linda Schoof and Cookster Littlefield, and welcome and thank you. And thank you, Kathy, and aloha. Okay, I think we got that out of the way. And yeah, pretty awesome. Dr. Eldvarp. Verp. Eldvarp. Eldvarp. Or is it Verp? Oh boy, that is Icelandic is such a beautiful language. Oh, thanks. They're going south, and Thor is also here, and morning Fox and chat, awesome, good one going south. Yeah, that'll give me funny ears. Going south, I can't do that. Anyway, all right. Oh, what was I going to mention? That 3 minutes to get to the Blue Lagoon. That's only from that one point, and there I got to really qualify that. You know, there's a lot of people that said that, and I'm kind of like, what the heck are you guys talking about? You know, for all we know, if it pops right underneath the Blue Lagoon, and there ain't no 3 minutes, it's now. If it popped over at the power plant, yeah, then maybe you'd have 3 minutes. If it popped that 200 meters away from the Blue Lagoon, yeah, you got 3 minutes or thereabouts. But again, it depends on how vigorous this eruption would be, and that's something that you have to consider. You know, does it have enough energy to produce these wild fountaining lava fountains? You know, this type of thing. This is something that you really don't know yet. So when somebody says the 3 minute mark or 5 minutes or something like that, that's a hypothetical scenario if it happened at that one location. If it happened right underneath the Blue Lagoon, you know, and nothing is written in stone, it could, yeah, they still have to a shower dock. Oh, all right. We'll give them 10 minutes from the Blue Lagoon. Yeah, run because of the bacon. Will the water under the power plant cause an explosion if the eruption comes up there? Yeah. Actually, Mars 2028, you could have a periodic eruption, periodic explosion. If it got into the water there, and we certainly would see, and again, it depends on how quickly, but we would certainly see something happening. And if the burst opened the ground up enough to allow the water to flow into the magma chamber, then you'd get that pre-magmatic eruption, just like you would hunga tunga hunga pie. And then you have a different scenario altogether. I'm here in time for bacon seeds, you bet, and that's what's coming right away. H2O plus lava equals kaboom. Not just boom, but kaboom. Kaboom. Kaboomy. Yeah, that works. All right, let's get over there and see what our bacon seeds are looking for or looking like today. And yeah, that's something to consider about Iceland there, you know, right in that location. If we have things happening, it could be really quite dangerous if it did get in underneath one of those ponds. Or into the power plant's ponds, it would be pretty nasty. I would like a peak in the power plant right now. Kathy, I wouldn't even want to consider going there right now. Anyway, this is the last bacon seed from yesterday, and Piggy sent us half of the bacon seeds today. So we'll see what she's sent us. And here's a cute little one, out and about, having some snuffles in the grasses, and nice kind of a flowery tie on that collar. Pretty awesome. And looks like a harness is what this one's wearing. Definitely not starving, looking at the size of that belly. It is what it is. Let's get on to the next one. Lass mal krachen. Oh yeah. Yep. Here's our next bacon seed. And that one is kind of cute. I like that. That is a neat little seed. I vote for another tourist volcano like Ragnar. Oh, I wish we'd get that. Actually, it would be nice if it popped out there at what is it? Voip. If I said it right, I don't think I did. But hey, yeah, nice sweater. This one is, I think we might have seen that one before, but cute. I like that. Enjoying his or her day, and kind of peeking and going, hey, I'm here. And here's another one, keeping the chin up for the picture. And obviously you can see how small that bacon seed truly is. Looking at the size of the finger, it's either that or it's a giant that has got the finger out there. Anyway, that is very, very awesome. And let's see, next, a bacon seed. Oh, a little tiny one. And I think we might have seen him once upon a time. That's okay, though. He's cute. We like them all. We like them all. And here's a little mini pig. And that is pretty cute. You gotta like that, too. Little baby bacons. And they are very small little ones, of course. Gotta love it. There's actually two in that shot. The other one's shy, hiding behind his big brother or sister. And welcome, Barbara Dinkle, Storm Chaser Dutch Weather. Good to have you on board. And let's see, here's our next one. And that one looks like he's kind of checking out the place. I'm not sure what he's up to. And let's see what we got. What else? Here's, is this the three little pigs? I have no idea, but they certainly are cute looking. And two of them are giving us their better sides there for photography purposes. Pretty awesome. And let's see. Next bacon seed is this one or two, and they're out and about enjoying their day in a fenced yard, and looking at the camera. Look at that. They are in some deep grass though, and very, very cool. Looks like the one on the right hand side is sticking his tongue out at us. All right, we got one more bacon seed left, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Oh yeah, sure, till it happens. And then we will get to our last bacon seed for today, ladies and gentlemen, and that is this little guy. And definitely a beautiful looking little piglet. So we can end with a smile on our face and a smile on the pig, and that is awesome. All right, let's leave that alone, and we're done with that. We will pop over to our next volcanic activity, and that is going over here to this one called Popocatépetl. You might have heard of it. It's down in Mexico. Oh, I'm kidding. Of course you've heard of it. You're smart peoples. Anyway, and that is what we had going on right now. Definitely puffing away. 1918 is the time there. I did want to point out that earlier during sunset time, it did have a kind of a nice appearance. and it almost looked like it was trying to build a lenticular cloud, but didn't succeed at it. So pretty cool. And if we go back a little bit more, it was kind of this kind of an affair, and I thought that was kind of neat. 1756 was the time on that. So we know Popocatépetl was busy putting out some both gases and tephra, which is really cool. If we go back a little bit of a section here, 2 hours 18 minutes ago, that's what we were seeing. Doesn't look quite as dark as that other stuff we seen just a little bit ago, as far as the material coming out. And of course, at just about 1 p.m. we couldn't tell what was going on there. Let's go back a few more hours, and this is 10:28. Fairly dark, gassy material. Likely got a little bit of ash in there. And let's see what we had going on right about here. And that's 9:21. Really nothing spectacular. If we go back a little bit further, there we go. We see a little bit, but nothing major going all the way back. This is from 7:12 a.m. and really nothing changed there. So doing its thing. This is the current shot from Popocatépetl, and that is in Mexico, 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. Let's make that one smaller. We'll get to our next volcano, and we got to increase the quality of that gray matter. There we go. And let's see, can we spot it at all today? They did start a new stream here again, so I was hoping we'd be able to see something. But this is a Fuego in the clouds, and Fuego is in Guatemala. And unfortunately, we have one place that we can actually see it. 1807. Well, we can't really see it. It's shaking too much. It's windy there. Lots of clouds. Let's see. Maybe we can actually. Oh, there we go. 1811, and you can see the volcano and some heavy clouds sitting right on top of it. Unable to tell what is coming out of the volcano and what's not, but that is what we've got going on there, and that's the only view we're going to get out of it today. They selected a fine shade of volcano gray today. Absolutely, Mars. It was wonderful. Let's get to our next one, and this is Messiah volcano. I actually need to make that one smaller and put it back on live. Sorry, guys. There we go. Messiah volcano, and you can see that it is off gassing or pluming as well. And this one is at 5:53 or just about 6 p.m. at their time. So getting dark already, and that is not bad. Let's see if we can just refresh it. And there we go, 7:20 p.m. And we definitely see the glow from the lava down below, and the off-gassing continues. One day we'll maybe even see some Strombolian activity there, eh? maybe. We hope. Next shot is not visible. That is supposed to be Recon de la Vieja, and not see any picture right now. Let's go to our next one. We're going to go a little further south, and that is down into our wonderful Chile. And first off, we've got Laguna del Mole. I'm really not showing anything. It just tells us you got lots of snow up there yet, so it didn't melt. So that's all cool. Let's get rid of that one. Let's look at the other one, the one that's more wanted and interesting, and that is Villarrica. Villarrica volcano, of course, central Chile, and we don't see a darn thing. Those clouds are variable shades, and yeah, it really, that's the way it works. Cloud watching. There we go. That's our new hobby. Cloud watching. I'm refreshing that just to see if there was anything going to pop out there, any kind of a glow, and I certainly do not see it. So Let's leave that one be. I'm going to make sure these other ones are all made smaller, and they are, so we're good to go. Let's get over to this one. Cameron is not available. Oh, thank you. Where is that? Why is it not available? Let's refresh that. We'll go to another place here and look for a different camera. And this one, of course, is a Mar Rappi. No, thank you there. YouTube, that's okay. All right, got things popping up all of a sudden. YouTube is on an advertising blitz apparently, and that's what they're making us suffer with. 7:20 a.m. we do see that cloud work heading down the hill here. I don't know if that was from an eruption or if that is just cloud, but if that is from an eruption here, it would really be a pretty spectacular phoenix cloud, as per say. Backing up a little bit more, 6:29 a.m. Really nice and clear, and you can see that steam slash gases up at the top of the volcano. And let's see if we got anything going further back here. I'm looking for good lava flows, and we did see a little bit there, and again they were zoomed out and have a different view of the area. I guess the cloud is too nasty down low here, and that may have affected their ability to see too much. Going back a little bit more, I'm just not seeing anything. It's just hazy cloud, and unfortunately not to our liking. Let's see what else they got. Nope, that is just not going to cut it. Went back, this is almost 11 hours ago at 21:29. That's what we had going on at that point in time. Interesting, but not a heavy flow of lava coming out of there. And we did see a little bit coming down. That would be right around here somewhere, from a 2053, and obviously it's on the other side, a slightly different angle. Let's see what's going on here. A lot of noise in your audio. A lot of noise? Yeah, there is a lot of noise. It's called fans in the background, and there's not a darn thing I can do about them. I can shut the computers off if the noise is too prominent, and we'll just end it. Then we don't have to worry about noise. Anyway, a little bit of a bacon flow there, so that is pretty cool. And oh, what the heck is going on? Anyway, a little bit of bacon coming down the hill. Let's put that back on live. And no, well, the thing is I've had people complain before, David, and I mean, I can't turn around and put my computers elsewhere. I don't have any options, okay? And that is unfortunate, but that's the way it is, and I can't change that. Unless somebody wants to give me a couple $100,000, I'll be able to fix it. It's pretty simple. Anyway, looking at the next shot here, this is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, and of course we're not seeing too much of it. We can just see the bottom skirt, if you will, of snow that goes up the hill, and it is what it is. Not a very good visibility, and prior to that we see the clouds moving through and just not giving us anything for views today, so we'll leave that guy be. And I'm wondering if this stream is offline. Let me refresh that and see if that will come on. It's going to try to connect, and it may not be working, so that's okay if it isn't. Nope, I'm not working. Let's leave that be. Okay, so Taupo not working, and we'll get over to our next one, and that is our wonderful Semeru. I just gotta find where that disappeared to now. Where is Semeru? Semeru, where are you? There you are. Okay, Semeru is having some saturation issues. So once again, that is what's causing those color bars here. A little too much saturation on the camera. Anyway, looking at the top of the volcano, we don't see anything pluming out. Looks like there is a little bit of gas up on the top, and they have that close-up view here on the bottom right-hand side. I don't see too much in there either, and I was hoping that we'd see some lava backing up a little bit, 2 hours roughly, and we'll see what we got there. Nothing happening, and that is not good. Golden times, just as the sun was hitting the top of it, we don't see anything coming out either, unfortunately, and that is the way it goes. And I'm going back scanning for lava here, and we do not see any glow up top at all. And this is the close-up shot of that caldera. There is a glow in there, but it's not very bright. If we go back a little bit more, this is about 7 hours and 19 minutes ago. There you can see a speck of glow, and there you can see it right in here. So that is interesting, but it really didn't do anything. It's just there, and I think it may have just cooled a little bit and done its thing. So good night, wonky donkey, Trev. You sleep well and stay safe, okay? And let's keep going here. Let's don't see anything else there. Let's put it back on live. I'm gonna make that one smaller. It looks like there is a little bit of a puff out of there right now, just to see it. So yep, there is activity, and hope that it continues to do that. And these are just very small plumes of gases, and a little burp, if you will. That is all we've got from this guy. Let's go to our next ones. I don't think Lava TV Cabs has anything on Mayon today. Nope, that's still from November 3rd. To all volcano, quick peek, refreshing, and nothing new there. And I do know Madame Rutsa did have her new update for the 7th on the shorts here, and that is pretty good. You can see quite a bit of off-gassing and steam coming out of there, and that is a pretty good indicator that there is lots of heat. And when we have heat, well, we know that there's always a possibility of an eruptive event. So we'll see what happens. But that is Taal volcano there on Luzon Island in the Philippines. And there we go. So very, very cool. Bottom of the hour, thank you, Sue. I'm going to go put it back on that. And then we'll put it back to monitoring our Icelandic paths here. And hopefully we'll see something pop up. I'm wanting lava. Thank you, Sue, and thank you, everyone. I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, please give it a big, quick bop. And for those ones sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking on in, you can hit that subscribe button and help us out and grow our channel a little bit. Thank you, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling, and don't poke any sticks into the ground, and something might pop out. I'll be back. Okay, hopefully that buffering will stop for everyone. For some reason, my internet didn't go out, but the stream, both streams stopped. Darn it. Something obviously happened. It must have been a glitch or something. And I need to fix things here on the other one as well. And let's see if we can do that. Let's cancel that one. I gotta get this one working. Okay, that one should be back up now too. All right, so better now. Yep, the bit rates were right up there doing their thing, pretty much normal. And then all of a sudden I see the things buffering, and even everything else was buffering here for me. I thought, what the heck is going on? But it seems to be back now. So thank you for the welcome backs there from Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Sue and C&D Boy saying we are 5x5 now. Thank you. And thank you Canada's country as well. And yes, both working awesome. Thank you, Grandma B. And yeah, that was kind of weird. All of a sudden, it just, boom, gone. Thanks, going south. And go for Dr. Fox, all good. Delta Foxtrot. Awesome. Okay, so where the heck were we? We had a look at the stuff over in Indonesia and New Zealand. I think we need to maybe go over to Japan, have a quick peek over there and see what is going on there while the ice cream boat is still in. And there is an ice cream boat in there. So I keep losing signals. I hope to stay here. Awesome. Bit rates here are right, well, pretty much right in the ballpark where they're supposed to be. So you shouldn't be buffering or anything like that. At least I hope not. Anyway, I keep losing signal. Hopefully not. Anyway, get your ice cream for those who need ice cream. And the ice cream boat is in. We can see it there. There's the antenna for it in the back. No, it's my internet. Okay, well, I hope your internet gets fixed. My internet wasn't good either, apparently. Anyway, in the background here, we have this thing that's called a volcano. That is Sakurajima in Japan. And of course, Sakurajima is right near, what is it, Kagoshima. So there we go. We don't see too much wild action happening from it. Let's go take a look at the next shot. And of course, I bet you everything has to reset now. Yeah, let's see, is that 1080? Yeah, I guess. Anyway, we can't go back. We see very little steam coming out of there. So very, very quiet at Sakurajima right now. And that is always interesting. Let's see what the close-up cam is going to tell us. Or, they're going to tell us commercials. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, skip. All right, I skipped. Did it work? I guess so. Anyway, there is the close-up cam, or crater cam as they call it, for Sakurajima in Japan. And looks pretty awesome. It looks like the only thing really venting right now is the little vent over on the side. So pretty cool. Who got the ice cream? Strawberry sherbet. Oh no, I want either tiger tail or pistachio. I'll take either one today. I'll be happy with them. Anyway, that's what it looks like close up. There at Sakurajima. Not too much happening, so we'll make that one smaller. And next one we're going to is Aso. And there is Aso. Aso-san is, of course, a small caldera within, a small vent area within the large caldera of Aso. And this is the only vent open doing anything as of late. So that is what's in there. And that volcano, of course, it's huge. and a super volcano. We hope it never ever erupts again. Not as a super volcano. A little guy here would be okay, and that is basically a small vent, and because it's shaped like a bowl, we do have it fill up with water when it rains, and then you see the steam and the gases coming off of there, which are basically exactly that, steam and gases, SO2 and so on. Let's leave that one be, and actually let's just go back a little bit. We can see a better plume coming out of there. Yeah, a little bit more this morning, and if we go back to very early in the wee hours, and we can kind of see what it was doing. There we go, and about the same, so really nothing too crazy, and nice colors in the sky though, but let's leave that one be. We'll get over to the next one, and that is Asama. Asama is approximately 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, slightly northwest. We see a jet flying by. We do see some off-gassing from the volcano, and it is 10:46 a.m. there. So let's go back a couple of hours, see what it was doing then. Yep, still the same relatively low level of gassing happening. Going back 5 hours, very hard to tell because of the background colors. And if we go into the nighttime, we do see all kinds of stars, but really hard pressed to be able to say that there was something coming out of there that was tangible. And going further back, we see some cloud work over there, again unable to really detect it. And there we can see a little bit of a plume, and that was 21 minutes after midnight, and you can see it right there. So pretty awesome. And if we go back a little bit more, we don't see a heck of a lot. So that is Asama, and Asama-san is of course about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and there in Japan. Let's make that one smaller. Go back to the ice cream boat. It's still there. If you haven't got your ice cream, go get it now. This is your opportunity. And we'll make that one smaller, and we will put you back on the multi-view of Iceland, and then we are going to go do a volcano report. I want to make sure I click on the right one here and keep everything going and blinking. There, that seems to be working. All right, the bunny tracks bunny tracks for Susie. Awesome. Strawberry sherbet for going south, and that is cool too. All right, everybody gets their favorite flavors. Here comes our volcano report for today, and I was surprised we don't have any extras. No extra reports, just what's in the basic volcano report, and it's not even that big today. Late Monday's volcanic activity, 2 volcanoes, and they are Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash 2, 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 21:30. And then Klyushevskoy in Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, volcanic ash moving southeast at 15 kilometers per hour, reported at 23:45. And that was yesterday's. And now for today's, Tuesday's volcanic activity, 8 volcanoes, Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Then the sporadic emissions of volcanic ash to 26,000 feet, 7,900 meters, reported at 12 noon. Weak emissions reported at 1,800. And next volcano is Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1:45 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. No volcanic ash emissions reported at 3 a.m. And then ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 12:30. And next one is Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 3:30 this morning. And next is Reventador in Ecuador. New volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, and that's at 8:45 a.m. Possible volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 1900. And the next one is Sangay in Ecuador. New volcanic ash emissions to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters. That's busy. And that is on 9:30 this morning. And Dakolo, Halmahera Island, it didn't want to be left out. Continuous volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 1,300. And next, a volcano on our list is our last one, and that is Semeru. And that is in East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1,400. And that is it for our wonderful volcano report. Thank you very kindly, Sue, for getting that in, as you always do. And awesome job. And thank you very kindly for that. Let's continue on with what we're doing. And I think the next place we want to hit is our earthquake map. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, and we need to fix that one up slightly. Where's that guy? That'd be no, not that one. This one? No, not that one. I need to fix this. Why is this not fixable? There we go. I fixed it. All right, a USGS, and looking at what we've got. I didn't really look at this earlier, so I really don't know what's all going on. But starting out, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, not seeing any directly on there. We do see here in the Aleutian Islands one quake. It was a 4.4, and it's 281 kilometers southeast of Attu Station there in Alaska. Happened at 5:10 a.m., 15.1 kilometers down. And sliding along, we don't see too much else. We got this little guy up here, 3.2, 9 kilometers of Solomon, Alaska, 3 a.m., 1.7 kilometers down. Odd, but it happened. And let's slide down here a little bit more. The North American coastline looking pretty good. There's a couple little ones in there that are fairly fresh. Nothing too overwhelming. We'll leave those be, and nothing till we get down here. And that looks like Colombia, possibly. Oh, that's already down in Ecuador, northern end of Ecuador. So a 5.1, and that's from yesterday at 20:33, 16.1 kilometers down. And as we keep going down the South American coastline, we do see 3 here. It looks like 2 in Chile and 1 in Argentina, maybe. 4.4 from 1125, 115.1 kilometers down for that one. Next, his buddy is a 4.8, a little bit stronger. 2:04 a.m., 115.5 kilometers down as well. This one is in Argentina, 4.2. Yesterday's at a 22:52. And zooming back out just a tad and looking out here, South Sandwich Islands, don't see anything there. Zoom all the way out and looking for stuff on the Antarctic ridge, or rise as they call it, and don't see anything there. Nothing in New Zealand, nothing in Tonga, nothing in Vanuatu. Is this Solomon Islands region? It is a 4.7 from 3:13 this morning, 10 kilometers down, and a much bigger one, 5.5 from 47 minutes after midnight, and that is 39 kilometers down. So that guy happened in there. And let's see what else we got. This is a Banda Sea area, 4.6 from 3:58 a.m., 173.7 kilometers down. Next one over, 4.5 from 6:33, Timor-Leste region, 177.1 clicks down. And this one is what they call this one, Tambolaka area. Anyway, 4.8 from yesterday at 22:36, 24.8 kilometers down for that one. Don't see anything else until we get up on the other end of Sumatra, and that is a 4.7, and that says 102 kilometers north of Sabang. It's magic. 2:07 a.m. is the time, and 197.9 kilometers down for that one. And looking over here, we don't see anything in the Philippines at all, and nothing in Taiwan. This one out here, Mariana Islands, 5.6, Pagan region, Northern Mariana Islands, and that is 11:15 a.m., 629.2 kilometers down. And then we've got a 4.4 just off the coast of Japan. Tokyo is right there, so this one is not too far away. 5:52 a.m., 124.5 kilometers down, and that brings us back to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and the Ring of Fire is done for today. Let's take a look at, first off, I just want to check Africa. Don't see anything in Africa. Let's see what we've got here. We got a whole little swarm. Looks like 6 quakes. We'll get that 5.4 underneath there from 11:09, 8.6 clicks down. Then we've got a 4.1 from 12:46, 10 clicks down. We've got a 4.8 from 11:52, 10 clicks down. And this one is a 4.8 from 11:15, 10 clicks down. And this one is a 4.3 from 12:34, 10 clicks down. And this one is a 4.6 from 11:31, 10 kilometers down. And those are all in China, and that is kind of an interesting swarm all of a sudden, that somebody's doing something weird over there, testing maybe. Anyway, nothing on the Arabian microplate. We don't see too much there, but we do have one up here near Istanbul, and that is a 4.1, and that's a Marmara, Turkey, from 1305, 11.8 kilometers down for that one, and that is of course a part of the Aegean plate, and I don't think Piggy would have felt it, but it's there. And Greece on the western side, this one 4.5 from 11:30, and that is from 22.5 kilometers down. Looking at the rest of these, I don't believe there's anything else out there that we need to worry about. I just wanted to go over here. This is, of course, Puerto Rico. The newest one there is 3.4, and that's from 1838. 66 clicks down. Not unusual to see that area shaken. Let's go over to Hawaii real quick and see what we've got. Looks like the only quakes are indeed over here on the big island of Hawaii, and we'll do the Kilauea ones first. There, 1.7 from 4:38 and 27 kilometers down, and that concludes the Kilauea ones. And I'm kidding, it's okay. 2.3 from 1939 there, 3.6 clicks below sea level. And this one is way out here, and that is 3.4, 1:26 a.m., and that's 43.5 kilometers down and below sea level. That's pretty cool. And looking here at the Pahala region, and we'll see what we've got going on there. One out in the water, 1.8 from 1807, 29 kilometers down. That's all cool. Today's, and that's very fresh. And this one is a 1.5 from 4:08 a.m., 30.7 kilometers down. This is a 2.4 from 3:59 and 32.5 kilometers down. 1.9 from 1509, 30.8 clicks down. This one is a 2.1 from 1624, 33.9 kilometers down, and a 1.8 from 255, 35.3 kilometers down. Another 1.9 from 101 a.m. 28.1 clicks down. 2.8 from 251, 35.6 clicks down, and a 2.4 from 1502, 35.6 clicks down, and 2.2 from 31 minutes after midnight, and 32.8 kilometers down. This one is 2.0 from 1021, 31.7 kilometers down, and a 1.9 from 138 this morning, 35.3 kilometers down. Next one over here, 2.0. Top of the hour. I'll finish this though, Sue, and not too many to go. Thank you. 2.0 from 1916, 29.5 kilometers down. This one is a 1.8 to 2:25 a.m., 31.9 clicks down. And then the latest one over there, 2.3 from 1851, 28.1 clicks down. This is a 2.2 from 525, 30.8 kilometers down. And this one is 1.9 from 223, 29.9 clicks down. That one is a 2.2 from 1346. And that is 700 meters above sea level. Interesting. And then these here, three of them. This is a 1.4, 1:54 a.m., 2 kilometers below sea level. 2.2 from 21:27 yesterday, and 2.9 clicks down, and then 2.6 from 1951, 3.7 kilometers down yesterday. And this Kilauea one here, 1.7, 4:38 a.m., 27 kilometers down. Not seeing anything else over there. And we got a 2.3 from 1939 yesterday, 3.6 kilometers down. And I think we got this one 3.4 out there in the water. Yeah, we did. So what happened to our quakes? Where'd they go? What's going on here? All right, who is in charge of this? I have to find out. Augustus says, "Hi peeps, it's been a while since I've tuned into the show. It's good to be back." Okay, Augusta. And let's leave that be. Let's put it back on our wonderful Icelandic stuff. And there we go. We'll leave that on there for the break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome too. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in 5 to 6 or 7 minutes. Speak to the manager. I tried that once going south. It got me nowhere. Managers are clueless. I'm kidding. Oh, especially if it's not their department. All right, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. And don't poke the ground. Something might pop out. Don't go away. Thanks. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And let's just do a quick update here. I don't see anything new happening here in Iceland. Of course, we are looking at the cameras of the Reykjanes Peninsula from various sources. And top left, of course, looking west of Thorbjorn, with the Blue Lagoon just disappearing at the right-hand side of it there. And we are scouting for possible eruptions, and we don't see anything popping up there. Top right-hand screen is the Blue Lagoon with some pretty bright lights and walkways and so on. And we are not seeing anything happening there either. Bottom left, of course, Shortsengi power plant area, and don't see anything popping up there. And then, of course, the bottom right one is down by the lighthouse on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We can see the radio tower lights flashing, as well as the lights of our wonderful Grindavik off to the right hand side. And the central area, you can see some little lights there, and that is from the Blue Lagoon, and that area, the power plant. There's obviously, we have the steam or geyser kind of throwing up its stuff right now in the middle of everything, so hard to see off in the distance, but that is what we got going on there. And really nothing new, so pretty cool. Anyway, thanks for the welcome back from Kananaskis country and going south. Welcome back, Dr. Aldevoyer. You're giving me a hard time there, going south. I can't say that. Thanks, Kananaskis country, and thank you, Kathy and Sue, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart, and that is awesome. And all right, let's keep going. Mr. Pillar says hi. All right, welcome. And yeah, you haven't missed anything there, Mr. Pillar. We're still waiting. It's a waiting game, and no matter what we do, unfortunately. But hey, let's see if we can find the SO2 map. Windy.com. I want to see why I'm coughing so much today. I know why I'm coughing so much. It's a lot of SO2 out there. And I'm hoping it's going to be gone soon. Anyway, let's get you over to the SO2 map. It is at that time of the day, so first off, let's just kind of scan across this. Quite a bit of stuff here, and also now in I guess that is going into Greenland again. There's that big swirl, even as higher SO2 levels there in Sue's house. She's got that plume coming up. Interesting. And that is on the northern hemisphere. Real quick look at the southern hemisphere. South America doesn't look too bad, and not so bad there either in Australia or Indonesia, those areas. Africa's pretty normal, and some mystery plumes here in Antarctica. Always a mystery when we see that. Anyway, let's take a look and see what we've got. Kamchatka Peninsula, and it'll be Shivelush and Klyashevskoy and Bezimiani, as well as Karimsky and Matnovsky, all on the peninsula, fairly active. And then further down here on Permashir Island, we've got Ibiko and Chikarachki doing their thing. We see that plume is coming off and getting blown down into the Pacific and kind of curling up here with that weather system. Up north, though, we are seeing this, and what's happened here is that SO2 that came across and infiltrated the North American continent from Klyashevskoy is gotten all the way inland, and it's Here's Edmonton at a high level right now, but most of it is now pushed into Saskatchewan at the really high stuff. We are seeing it all the way down here from the bottom, actually right into Mexico on up, and that is that arm. I thought it kind of clear most of California, but no, it made it all the way down to Mexico, and we see that it is really messing up a lot of area in Canada. BC, northwestern area not so bad, but southern area is still fairly high levels. Alberta speaks for itself. You can see the big arc, and we are just on the cusp of getting rid of the SO2, which will make things a lot better for us here. And of course, Saskatchewan looking not so good. Does look like they've got a circulation here, some kind of a storm working on helping getting rid of that SO2. Manitoba looks pretty bad. Northern Ontario, not so good either. Southern Ontario has got a little bit of that as well. And looking at Quebec, we do see a patch open here, likely a rainstorm in that area, but we do see SO2 all over the place here. And that includes there in Labrador, as well as heavy in Newfoundland and very heavy in Nova Scotia and PEI. A little bit easier there in New Brunswick, but still coming through there. And of course, the northeastern states are all being affected. The worst areas here, I think, are Washington area. Looks like Maryland, those areas are quite high in level, and the further south you go, the less the intensity. So going all the way out, and we'll see more of that coming through in the near future. And central southern areas here, not so bad. Even Mexico wasn't all that bad. Looking at Popocatépetl here in Mexico and Mexico City. That is pluming, and it's going into the Gulf of Mexico. Most of everything from Central America and Colombia is ending up in the Pacific, and that includes our wonderful Sangay and friends here, dumping stuff into the Pacific as well from Ecuador. Sabancaya, not that much coming from it, but it is still noticeable. Whatever happened to Ubanas? Ubanas has been quiet, and looks like a little bit of a plume here from central Chile, from Villarrica, but not that much happening in general. Still seeing some SO2 over there in Rio de Janeiro. That's people pollution. And going down south here, South Sandwich Islands, a micro volcano right there, doing its thing, and leaving a plume of gases behind for us. Looks like the Pacific is pretty much clear in the south, getting over to White Isle volcano just north of New Zealand. It's doing its thing, and then of course we see over here in Melbourne, that is the oil refinery doing its work, and then of course the coking plants north of Sydney. Tonga still producing a lot of SO2 as well there. Actually, it's not really that bad, but Yasur, still there, but not overly heavy. And Yasur, of course, has been, I think, the longest ongoing eruptions in the world for that volcano that's recorded anyway, which is continuous eruptions, and that is over 800 years. So Vanuatu does have a feather in its cap for the longest active volcano. Gawa and Eoba up on the northern end of Vanuatu, and then looking at Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. Nuotulak here in eastern portions of Indonesia, not that bad. Looks like Semeru is higher levels today. Not sure if that's all from Merapi, and Merapi is actually down here, so that plume maybe some people pollution in there as well. And looking at this, Jakarta and Krakatau working together maybe today and producing a very large and heavy SO2 plume as pretty much a normal. And over here somewhere is a Dempo doing its thing. If we zoom back out a little bit, see this area is Kerinci and Marapi, not Merapi, but Marapi. And Cinnabon over here in the northern portions. And then, of course, you got Singapore and Kuala Lumpur, fairly high levels due to the population density. And over here, this is Halmahera Island. And, of course, Abu and Dakono live there, doing their thing. And there's Amayon, and that is in the Philippines. So Amayon, and the other one, of course, on Luzon Island is our wonderful Taal volcano, as it continues to off gas as well. And again, we have a lot of people in that area, so the population density will create SO2. And looking at the islands here, the volcanic islands of Japan there, and they are producing a fair amount of SO2 right now as well. Taiwan is industrial and people pollution. Looks like we've got a nice plume around Subanosi-jima today, so it must have been active. And wow, we have kind of a double whammy here. It looks like one of the volcanoes over here may have erupted as well. Sakurajima definitely did. And looking here, what's coming out of Aso. Aso is not shy today, dumping out a whole bunch of SO2 for us. And going up to the Tokyo area, we see Tokyo, and it's not too bad. And we see a little lighter level there, and then it starts to increase again the closer we get to our wonderful Asama volcano. The rest is pretty much normal, and we see very high levels there in China. From Shanghai on up along the coastal areas. Hopefully that'll dissipate. Hong Kong, not too bad today. And looking at India, the eastern areas of India, very heavy. And it's also quite heavy there in Pakistan. Sri Lanka, not so bad down on the bottom. And looking at South Africa, the gold producing area, still producing a lot of SO2 as well. And that's what we see there. And let's see, DR Congo, or Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nyamuragira, Nyiragongo, and a bunch of coking plants in that area, creating all of that. Going up here, and looks like that pollution has worked its way in. Typically we would see a little bit right in here from our lovely Urta Ale, but it's got extra pollution, so we don't. And the heavy spots in these areas here for Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, and Kuwait is for the oil refineries. We also see that in Lebanon, and I'm not sure what we got going on here in Turkey. Turkey industrial stuff, and looks like they've got a fairly heavy plume all the way down here, but at least cost isn't getting nailed too hard with it. There's only a 12.25 parts per million there, so that's not that bad. And seeing this plume here, that is of course from Mount Etna and Stromboli. There's a Mount Etna right there. There's a Stromboli there. And with the way it's moving, it's unable to tell if we've got anything coming from Volcano, but we do see it heading across, so most of the boot of Italy is getting some coverage, and then we get over here into the other part of the Mediterranean, and a lot of the European countries are seeing SO2 higher levels. Half of Germany is pretty good. It looks like Switzerland is okay, Austria is okay, but the rest of the countries, France and Spain, and we go up and look at England, Wales, and of course up top here Scotland, Ireland, North Ireland, and those areas are fairly heavy levels as that plume continues to push through. So hopefully that'll all get washed out of the air by rain and snow, and that's usually how it works. Anyway, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, not so bad. Looks like the Finns still have a little higher level. And Iceland, very lucky with the exception of this area down here called the Reykjanes Peninsula. Darn it. And that is what's going on there. Greenland has a very, very heavy SO2, and hopefully that will dissipate. They need some rain there, and that will help with clearing out the SO2 out of the sky. All right, let's leave our SO2 map be, and we'll go over and load up a fresh map here and see what we've got for storms. And you know, I'm a little disappointed I don't see any names pasted anywhere. That's telling me that we don't have any. So no big storms in Central American regions or the Atlantic down here. We do see some circulations in the Pacific. We do see this massive circulation off the coast of Greenland, and that is of course affecting all the way over to basically into Europe because of that circulation rotating, and we've got a high helping to pump some warmer air back into that system, so that's actually helping out a little bit for those guys so they don't get too much snow. Not bad looking. We do see Central America looks pretty good. Quick peek looking at temperatures down here in South America. We see a 36 there in Argentina for a high temp so far. That is a pretty, I was going to say that's pretty cool, but it's actually pretty hot at 36. And let's leave that be, go find the other high temperature in the hot zone. And there we go, 41 so far in our wonderful Australia. That is getting up there. So, yep, 40 degrees. And let's see, I want to see if, yeah, we see anything more than just 40. I don't know. I think 40 degrees is still, well, we had 41. Showing, I just, oh yeah, right in there. 41, let's see, nothing higher. I'm looking, oh, there's a 42 right there. All right, 42 degrees Celsius, and I think that is about as good as we're going to get for a high temperature today. And that is pretty awesome. Even the Sahara is cooler. Mind you, it's nighttime there. It's just getting into a daytime over there, so pretty awesome to see that. And really not anything major. Let's take a look at the satellite real quick, and you can see some of these systems up here definitely doing its thing. We got the high going the other way around down here, helping out the North American coast a little bit. And of course we see this low circulating here off of the coast of Greenland, and you can see what I was referring to about the weather, and it looks like we've got a fairly heavy ridge going through and nailing Ireland right now. Hope Irish Monk's okay and not getting blown away. And looks like England is unlikely going to get more of that lovely weather again as well. Up here in the top, we're looking at a cold air blowing over top of Iceland, so that'll keep things cool there. And looking at the Indonesian areas, we have a storm sitting on top of the Philippines. Yeah, very cloudy there. And looks like also something going on here in the Papua New Guinea area with heavier clouds. Australia, not that bad. New Zealand, looking at the clouds and stuff. That system has long left them, and we are starting to see some broken cloud areas and some clear skies for them. So that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. And let's leave that. Yona is here. Welcome, Yona. Is a 7 centimeter uplift a lot? Okay, 7 centimeters of uplift is indeed quite a bit of uplift. Augustus, and for that area, that is the most that they've recorded since 2020, when they were getting the, from then we had 4 other intrusions, so this is the 5th intrusion. This has been the largest one so far as uplift is concerned, so that is something to consider there. We'll see, and we're hoping we're going to get an eruption. You never know, though. Let me put it back here for right now. Well, actually, we've got most of the show done, ladies and gentlemen, so I am going to wrap it up early for tonight. Very informative answer, Doc. You're welcome. And yeah, we try to accommodate everyone here, and I found... Oh, hang on, and we forgot to do temperatures there. And that is, oh boy, let me fix that up. That was my bad. I have missed that. Sue, thank you for reminding me. And let's see if we can fix that. I skipped out of that. I totally got sidetracked. Antarctica. Let's go back over there, and we want to find the low temperature on the planet. We got the hot stuff, and that is in Australia. And what did Sue only find? A minus 62? That I can probably beat. So far we got a minus 60 right there. That's pretty close. Does that count? It's that like in horseshoes and hand grenades. A minus 60 is close. And there's a 62. I got a minus 62. No. Oh, look at that, Sue. I found a minus 63. Yay! I found minus 63. Right there. I'm proud of me. Oh, yep, there is definitely a minus 63 spot. That is absolutely awesome. So a minus 63 is the number, and that was pretty cool and sneaky of me, even at that. So very, very good. Anyway, that is awesome to see, and that was on the other side here. So a minus 62. Where is that? And we had the minus 63 on the screen here. I'm trying to find it again. Darn it. I was looking around at other places, but hey, we can always look at the replay, and I just wanted to scan around and double check and make sure it's not just a first degree beating. I want to really make sure I win. I think I've won anyway, but that's all good. And Sue's a good sport, so thank you, Sue. And yep, that is the only place there that we had as a minus 63, and that was right down here somewhere. I did go over it again, so all good. I don't need to rub it in, right? Anyway, we're good. So thank you everyone for being here today. I just figured I'd better do that real quick. Let's put it back on the other ones. Oh no, he's going for the second degree. No, well, Sue, we'll leave that be. We'll spare you, and thank you kindly for helping out and looking that up, and that is awesome. Andre, welcome, and let's wrap it up though. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out, and this is your opportunity. We're trying to push it over that 100 mark, and that's what we're trying to achieve. Still waiting for an eruption, just to let everyone know. And I'm hoping that we see something happen within the next day or two. If the magma is in a sill type magma chamber, of course, that it refers to as a flattened, elongated area, and that is affected. One of the things that we know happens in that scenario is that when the incoming magma, whether it's, it is last assumed or sorry, measured at 7 cubic meters per second inflow into that magma chamber, but that was what was reported yesterday. Don't know about today, if it had decreased or increased or what, but we aren't seeing an eruption or anything popping out. Now, one of the things I do want to kind of mention here, we reported yesterday about the movement as well, and the fact that the plates were literally moving apart. Okay, and as I've always mentioned here, when you have a magma chamber, or basically, you call it a vessel that contains that lava, and you take that vessel and you move its walls out. So if the lava is, say, at 20 feet in height, and you move the walls out, and the pressure goes down, and the lava drops in level, and so it may only be at 19 feet in height, as an example. What that does, it allows the stuff to have a lot less pressure on it. And if that is the case, it may be difficult for that magma to be pushing up and intruding into the surface areas. And these are things to consider. So we know we've had that movement as far as the tectonic movement. Things have shifted. GPS stations have gone by the wayside, kind of showing that there is that ongoing stuff happening, and it's always fascinating to see that. So the big thing I think that we need to kind of hope for or wait for here is basically just, hey, what's going to happen? It's Mother Nature's going to take her sweet time and do its thing, and if there is enough pressure, of course, it will cause an eruption. If there is not enough pressure, we won't see an eruption, and this will be cycle number 5. So this is something to consider. We've had previous cycles in this area where we've seen the inflation and deflation, and that is kind of the way it is there. So that would be a pretty interesting. Augusta, what Antarctica named being the opposite to the Arctic Circle, Marinus of Tyre, 2nd century AD. Okay, and that is interesting. Tyre, Marinus of Tyre, Tyre, 2nd century. Interesting. I didn't know that they knew about Antarctica in the 2nd century. All good. Yona says, I find our chief geologist concerned as still that's just my opinion. Yona, well, the concern, of course, is if it does pop under the Blue Lagoon, or that area, that is detrimental to Iceland. And I'll look at that picture, actually, and let me put that one a full screen here. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that. Which one am I looking at? Need to see if I can get it on the screen here. Where am I? I know I'm in here somewhere. Not that one, not that one. Where is my extra screens? I've fixed it up so I don't see them. Alright, let's go over here per second, and I want to get onto that one, which is not there. How about there? And I think this one here. Yeah, so I'll make that a little bigger. There's the moon rising over the radio towers, and that is pretty cool, seeing the moon pop up there. And this thing here, that's that new drilling rig tower thing that they got sitting there, kind of neat. Anyway, it is a time to basically end the stream for today, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to leave it on this shot here with the 4 cameras. I'm going to leave this run until 9 p.m. my time. That means an hour and 19 minutes yet. So thank you everyone for being here. I was going to say I can go through the list here, but we had no super chats and no gifting or anything today, so that's okay. And a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and CND Boy and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live Visit Skies and the other mods out there as well. Thank you, moderators. Pretty awesome. And on those friendly notes, be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves, everyone. And keep the good vibes going for an eruption in Iceland over in the middle of the Reykjanes Peninsula and not under the Blue Lagoon. Things can still change quite a bit here, so that is something to consider. We hope that the Blue Lagoon and the power plant are spared, and the other stuff is where it finally ends up popping. Anyway, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and I've only got one thing left to add, and that is please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves and your families, and then oink oink.